Thanks so much, Charlie. 11-5. The Chicago Union are in control here in the first half of the first semifinal of championship weekend here at Breese Stevens Field in Madison, Wisconsin. Ian Toner, so privileged to be joined by Daryl Stanley and Cam Brock. Gentlemen, when we look back at that first half, I think coming into this game, there was a lot of talk from analysts and media around the league about how Colorado's offense had really dialed in its possession game, especially in the second half of the season. And then what do we see in the first half? 13 turnovers from this Summit offense. I don't know how many of them were unforced. Where is this coming from, guys?
It really just looks like nerves in some cases. I mean, they're dropping discs that are right in their hands. They're mis-executing throws that aren't necessarily super difficult, and then that's leading to them forcing things because it's hard for them to have success, and now they're trying to force success, and it's leading to more turnovers.
One of the things I'm noticing is that their handler play is really struggling a lot. I think that one of the challenges is I don't really see like a third handler. So if they don't get the opportunity to throw a reset, an easy uncontested reset, then all of a sudden their cutters are looking around, trying to make a play downfield, and I think that accounts for some of these decisions to throw this thing away. They see one good thing and they just jump at it.
And Daryl, we were talking off camera. You saw a lot of missed opportunities with regards to using timeouts and perhaps mismanaging the timeout execution when they actually pulled the trigger. They had a chance when they were down 2-1 with their second D-line out there.
I mean, you got to call timeout there, in my opinion. You get that turn to help counterbalance some of the struggles that your offense had early on. Call timeout. Get the O-line back out there, help them redeem everything, pat the D-line on the back, say, great job, way to get us back in this. But that opportunity got missed, and so far, all the timeouts, they've come as, well, a breather after we've gotten broken. That's maybe a little bit too late, and that's not necessarily using your timeouts in a professional way.
Chicago, conversely, their offense has been really dominant. Paul Arders, 7 points played, 2 goals, 2 assists, +3, just 1 turn. And how about this? After the turn, Joe White playing almost exclusively D, 10 for 10, and 2 key assists to convert some breaks.
Joe White's playing phenomenally right now. He's looked off some throws that I think I saw him put up last week. He's clearly adjusted to what he needs to do on this line, and he is winning not just with his throws but with his legs. Getting that last score down here too. I mean, they have completely crushed Colorado's spirits. We saw them walking into the locker room, and none of them looked like they wanted to be here anymore. They looked like completely defeated already.
Go ahead, contrast. I mean, you brought up that in Minnesota last week, Joe had 4 turnovers. 4 in his first game there playing with that D-line group. I think coming out here being turnover free is just incredibly impressive.
I mean, I think there were multiple sequences where we saw in the first half Joe White marching the disc up the field with the D-line, and he pumped deep shots that he would have pulled the trigger on in that Central Division Championship game.
The pump fake is the great equalizer in all things. I mean, when you throw a good fake, especially when you have the reputation of somebody who will shoot it, you pull defenders, and that gets other people open under for easy yards. He's using the pump fake incredibly well, and he's playing completely within himself right now. He looks completely in control.
Chicago in control, 11-5 here in our first semifinal. More analysis coming up on the other side of the break.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to halftime here at our first semifinal of championship weekend. The Chicago Union leading the Colorado Summit 11-5. Ian Toner alongside Daryl Stanley and Cam Brock. Thank you so much to those of you tuning in on AUDL.TV, Facebook, YouTube. And some of you have been kind enough to send in your own questions, asking the analysts and putting them on the spot. So let's quickly take a look at what we've got from our audience here. And this question is, which team is better prepared to make a comeback if necessary in the first semifinal? Let's reframe that just a little bit because we know these circumstances. Colorado's in a 6-goal hole. What's it going to take for Colorado to mount a comeback? Cam, I want to start with you.
I mean, they got to start connecting on some deep shots, but they got to make sure that they're good ones. We've seen them take a couple of deep shots where there are literally 2 or 3 Union defenders surrounding the one Colorado Summit player. And that's just not a way you're going to make a comeback. So if they want to, they're going to have to score quickly to make up the 6-goal difference, but they have to find a way to do it in one-on-one matchups and not 1-on-2 or 1-on-3 matchups.
I feel like Cody Spicer is going to be pretty critical. We talked about him at the outset, trying to figure out where he was going to play defense. I saw him starting to play some defense deep. And honestly, he's got most of their turnovers that they've been able to force, right? He's and Snuska, too, is another big defender. I think maybe that's something that Colorado can lean into. Take away some of these short inside throws that Chicago's feasting on and push them out and see if Snuska and Spicer can continue their deep dominance.
Well, Daryl, one of the ways you were talking about Chicago's stylistic defense and its offensive dominance was manifesting itself attacking the middle of the field with much greater success and frequency relative to Colorado.
I mean, it's amazing because Colorado, I mean, they have a force middle style defense. It makes a lot of sense that Chicago's well prepared. They'd love to attack middle. Maybe flatten those marks out. Maybe start to force some of those throws wide. Test Chicago's like throwing in this wind and see if that can help things. I think they got to do something to make more throws risky and to put it out into space with their athletes.
I 100% agree. I think a lot of the teams that Colorado has played out west are less willing to play this small ball that Chicago's playing right now, and I think that's kind of throwing Colorado for a loop because, hey, this has been working all season, but as we've seen all season in the Central Division, teams are just a little more willing to be patient and play small ball, and that's really what's defeating this defense that has been so successful for them all season is they haven't found a team all year that's going to be this patient. Chicago keeps that patience. They're just going to keep extending this lead.
Well, this won't be the last time we turn to you, the audience, to help put these guys on the spot, ask some questions, mine some insights out of their brains. Anything Chicago needs to adjust here going into the second half, guys?
Maybe there was one time they could have called a timeout to get another break, and that's pretty much the only thing I can see. They played such clean ultimate that entire first half. Very few unforced turnovers and very few forced throws into like bad spaces. I mean, they're just playing really well.
I'm not gonna lie, I would start really thinking about like how many points some of my players are playing. Can I get some of my second unit guys in there on defense, and you know, maybe shut down somebody who's got a tweaked hamstring or something like that. Like just I mean, I hate to say that, but they're on cruise control right now. So I would probably just focus on playing everybody.
So, Chicago with an 11-5 lead here at the half. Key stats from that first half. Colorado with 13 turnovers. Colorado 0 for 3 on breaks. Chicago, by comparison, 5 of 10 on breaks. Thank you so much for joining us here at halftime. Let's take you back down to the field. Charlie Eisenhood on the sidelines with Colorado coach Tim Kafalis.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more. and welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
So the Chicago Union take care of business and clinch their first berth in an AUDL championship game. They take down the Colorado Summit 19-14 in our first semifinal here at championship weekend in Madison, Wisconsin. Ian Toner alongside Daryl Stanley and Cam Brock. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday night. Gentlemen, when we look back on this game, I think Colorado is going to look back at its unforced errors. 19 turnovers in this game, something you can't do against a defense like Chicago's.
I mean, it's really a shame. A lot of these were on resets. They were on hucks that should have gone up. There were huck opportunities that they should have thrown that they didn't. I think they're going to have to take a strong look at their ability to recycle the disc and not have to force so many shots.
Yeah, and it's also on the flip side of that, Joe White and Dalton Smith quarterbacking the D-line counterattack combined to go 60 for 60, making great decision after great decision. The amount of times I saw Joe White pump deep and hit something easy under, that just changed everything for the entire game. And Dalton Smith back there just steady as can be, through the hucks when they were there, and if they do that throughout the rest of this weekend, they're going to be tough to beat.
Offensive aggression. I mean, to me, that's one of the biggest differences. The D-line stars of Chicago they have offensive aggression, and then we looked at Cody Spicer, somebody we shouted out at the beginning of the game. A little bit low aggression. Didn't take his chances. Didn't go deep. Didn't huck it.
You talked about Dalton and Joe. I think that was a question coming into this season for the Chicago Union team. How available will they be? How much will they gel with the unit? And you started alluding to some of those stats. Dalton, 35 of 35, 344 throwing yards, 3 assists, 0 turnovers. Joe White, 27 of 27, 143 throwing yards, 3 assists, 3 goals, 0 turnovers. Both of those guys playing majority D-line points.
I mean, Dalton Smith almost had the most throwing yards in the game as a D-line handler. He was only, just a few behind Jonathan Nethercutt. If you would have told me that coming into the game, I think that stat right there tells you the whole premise of the whole game. It was that the D-line for Chicago was out there a lot, and they were getting tons of opportunities.
Speaking of Jonathan Nethercutt, you brought it up earlier in our pregame. Is he going to throw it away? Is he going to gel? Is he going to not take that QB1 too far? I mean, he has 4 turnovers in this game. 4 turnovers. Nethercutt. He only has 87% completion percentage. That's not going to get it done here in the game. He's been to the playoffs and championship weekend multiple times with different teams. I'm really just very surprised. This is not the performance that I expected from him.
Colorado only completing 92% of its passes tonight, 50% of its hucks. You compare that to Chicago. Chicago completed 96% of its passes, 71% of its hucks. And then when you look at the real game-changing stat, the break opportunities and the conversion, Colorado only 3 of 7, 0 in the first quarter. Chicago, by comparison, going 8 of 14. Stylistically, what did you guys notice about Chicago punching in those breaks?
Honestly, I think it's that they had resets when they wanted them. You know, working with Dalton, working with Joe. I mean, there's a reason why they got 60 touches as D-line handlers in this game. I mean, yes, there were a lot of opportunities, but really that speaks to the patience and ease in which they had resetting the disc.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to when Colorado got in that early hole, you could tell they were frazzled. I mean, they didn't know what to do with themselves there most of the way through that second quarter because they haven't been punched in the face like this all season.
You think it's safe to say Colorado hasn't seen defense like this in the West Division all season long?
I mean, clearly. The number here that actually, to me, really correlates strongly with winning and losing, red zone percentage. I mean, I looked this up. If you're in the top, 8, there's no losing teams or losing record teams with the top 8 red zone percentage. Colorado here, 9 for 15 in the red zone. 9 for 15. Forced to call a timeout when you're 5 yards away from scoring, that is just not a winning formula.
And think of those 3 red zone unforced turnovers in the first quarter coming from Matty Jackson and company.
Nethercutt.
Just tough stuff with those opportunities on the goal line. So, Chicago takes care of business 19-14 against Colorado. Coming up next, we're going to get Adam Ruffner and Daniel Cohen back here on set. They're going to take us through another edition of Toss Up, previewing New York and Carolina.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Heard them go at it all season long on AUDL Weekly and the Swing Pass podcast, and now it's time for them to step into the championship weekend ring. Pleasure to be joined by league analysts Daniel Cohen and Adam Ruffner. Gentlemen, let's get right into it with another lively edition of Toss Up. We're focusing on this New York-Carolina matchup coming up. Mindful of Ryan Osgar's performance last week against DC, where he only threw 1 assist for the first time in a game since 2018. Will he throw more than 1 assist tonight against Carolina?
No. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I wanted to say no, as in like that it was a fluky game last week with DC. I think DC deserves a lot of credit in their ability to successfully limit Ryan Osgar, but he's too good of a player to be held to a 1 assist game in back-to-back games. This is one of the leading MVP candidates this season. He's one of the best throwers in the world, definitely one of the best throwers at championship weekend. I think he's going to find a rhythm, and I think he's going to find one early. He'll have 2 assists in the first quarter. It's my prediction.
Adam?
I think the Flyers are going to come out with a really impressive defensive tactic for Osgar. I think that they're going to take a lot of blueprints from last weekend and what DC did so well again, but I've got to agree with my co-analyst here. I just think Ryan Osgar is too good with the disc. And I think New York realized that part of their rhythm deficiencies last weekend were because Osgar got stymied at times. And so I think, like Daniel said, they're going to look to feed Osgar early and often, and I kind of expect him to get going early.
He had 5 assists against the Flyers in the 2021 title game, so we'll see if he's got more of that magic up his sleeve. Next question here. Will Carolina earn at least 1 block against Jack Williams? And remember, the Flyers earned 5 blocks against the Empire in the 2021 title game, including 1 from Tim McAllister on Jack Williams.
I'm going to go with yes. I think that the Flyers understand who Jack Williams is and who they want to put on him better than anyone else. And I do think there is that kind of camaraderie that comes with knowing your opponent, but also that knowledge of what they like to do. And you just see the Flyers anticipating, especially on those reset routes, where Jack likes to run. And so I just expect him to get the better of it at one time. I don't know if it'll be as much of a game-changing moment as it was last year with McAllister's block, but yeah, I expect them to be in Jack's back pocket all night long.
Gonna disagree here. I think you can make the same argument for the other side. Jack knows these defenders. He knows this team extremely well. I also think last year he was sort of forced into a spot where he had to dominate touches a lot more. He was very involved in the backfield. Not to say he won't be super involved in this game, but they do have a little bit more distributive of an approach to offense. They have some more pieces back there where I think they can take the pressure off Jack and not need to rely on him so much that you're increasing the likelihood of Carolina getting one of those blocks. So I think they're going to go block free on Jack.
All right. Carolina did have 6 blocks against Austin in its playoff win last week, so we'll see how tuned in their defense is tonight against this Empire opponent. Last question we've got for you. Which big man is going to post the stronger plus-minus, Jeff Babbitt or Henry Fisher?
Gonna go Babbitt here. 50-goal season for Jeff Babbitt. He has been unstoppable on the offensive side. And of course, he had 2 blocks against Carolina playing D-line in last year's championship game. Still brings a ton of ability if the New York offense is to turn the disc over. And he was also held to just 2 goals against DC. Similar to Osgar, I think he's due for a big bounce-back game, and he should find success against Carolina.
Adam?
With all love for Jeff Babbitt, again, I think it's going to be one of those points of emphasis for the Carolina defense. I think they're really going to try to have other Empire players score against them. And in contrast, I think Henry Fisher is due for a breakout game. You know, he's been one of the goal-scoring leaders coming into the season the past 2 years. This year, he's taken a little bit more of a system role. He's as efficient as ever. He's got, 2 throwaways the entire season so far. I think that they're going to feed the big man tonight, and I see a big night of cast and reel for Big Fish.
Feed the fish. That's Adam's take. Both big men were +3 in the 2021 title game. When we come back, Daryl and Cam will give you their picks. More action from the Breese Stevens field here in Madison. Coming right up.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to Championship Weekend here at Breese Stevens Field in Madison, Wisconsin. Ian Toner alongside Daryl Stanley and Cam Brock. Chicago just clinched its first championship game berth, taking care of business against the Colorado Summit. Now we're going to turn our attention to the Carolina Flyers New York Empire matchup. Just think about the last 3 times these teams have met. We've had sudden death, we've had a championship on the line, and now they meet again with a chance to earn another spot in the championship game. I think when we look at these groups, there's no question there's top-end talent. There's no question that there's depth. When we start looking at Carolina, we look at their cutting lanes, we look at their handling defender space. There is nothing but speed all over this group.
Absolutely. I mean, to me, it starts off with these downfield cutters, right? I mean, it's easy to talk about Alex Davis, just fast. Henry Fisher, probably the fastest 6'6" man you're ever going to see. Davis throwing to Fisher. I mean, those guys just run all the time. I think another really quick player, you got Durs coming back last week, right? He was injured early in the season and makes a dramatic comeback in the playoff game. That man is a goal machine.
Comes back after 3 months of not playing. No turnovers, 1 out of every 2 points he played, he contributed at least 1 score. Just unstoppable stuff.
Anders Young's just, man, watching this guy play, it just doesn't make sense to me. You look at him, he's the smallest guy in the field most of the time. You're thinking, what's this guy doing out here with all these giants that they have over there in Carolina? And then he's just cutting and relentlessly getting open over and over and over again, and nobody can match his quickness. And not only that, he has incredible decision making. He never puts his receivers in a bad spot. He's always making the right decision with the disc.
Daryl, I want to put you on the spot here. You've coached against Durs in other non-pro settings as well. You got an interesting take about Durs being a thrower.
I mean, honestly, it's sneaky. He's very safe as a thrower for sure, but that can sometimes be to his detriment. I mean, I really think he won't always take maybe the continuation look that would be most effective for the offense, and sometimes he checks down. So if you can somehow make sure his touches are not in the red zone, which is hard to do, you might actually have some success with slowing down this Carolina offense.
All right, so let's turn our attention to Carolina's defense now. This group can run junkie sets. They've got people who can frustrate people in the handler set. They can run out an army of downfield defenders. How do you characterize this group?
For me, it's depth. Depth, depth, depth. None of the other coaches that are here at championship weekend are using all of their D-liners the way that Carolina does. It's incredible to me how many players that they have and how many they're willing to trust. So, like, that quickness, all of that, it's also there on the D-line, too.
It's really incredible when you look at their team. It's an embarrassment of riches, really, down there in Carolina. And I think the biggest thing to note about their defense, too, is when they're on the counterattack, you've got Eric Taylor on that line. That dude could be starting on any O-line, anywhere he wants to at any time. He is an incredible player. It is such a luxury to be able to, when you force a turn, to be able to have that kind of quarterback in your backfield. And honestly, if I'm the Carolina coaching staff and we get a turn and Eric Taylor's on the field, I am not using my timeouts. I am using him to grind New York's O-line into some long points, get them tired out, see if that's the way maybe you can win the game. Force a few more mistakes from their O-line because they're tired, playing this patient offense that they can play.
Daryl, I'm putting you on the spot here. You're stepping into Mike Donardis' shoes and you're game planning. Who are you putting on Jack Williams? Who are you putting on Ryan Osgar? And who are you putting on Jeff Babbitt to start the game?
So I'll start with Williams. I think Jack talked about this actually this last week. He kind of tipped his hand. He knows that Tim McAllister is going to bring that. Tim's a veteran. Tim knows Jack. He's played him a lot. I feel like that makes a lot of sense for him to guard him.
Got a block on him in the title game last season?
Osgar. That's going to be interesting. I mean, obviously we put Jasper Tom and David Cranston on Osgar last week. I thought that you saw what could happen if Osgar can't get open. So maybe a quick defender there. But honestly, I think I got to go with probably Taylor here, along with maybe a little bit of Mataraji. One of the two of them, or maybe trade them off and see who's doing better there. Against Babbitt, this is really easy for me. David Richardson, D-Rich. Size for size, bigs for bigs.
No club hand this year. Maybe he'll be able to be a little more effective with the disc. Let's turn our attention now that I've gotten you to pick those matchups to the New York offense and zero in on Ryan Osgar. A lot has been made about how great a job you guys did limiting his impact. Only one assist last week, the first time that happened since 2018. Still, we need to be mindful of this guy's entire body of work. An incredible MVP caliber season with the volume that he gets, completing passes north of 97%. Incredible stuff for this Empire offense.
I mean, to me, this year's been really impressive that New York built a system around Osgar. I mean, you've got Ben Yott, two-time MVP right there. You got Jack Williams, any year could have been an MVP. And, the New York coaching staff said, you know what? This is our guy. And he's come through in spades for them this year. Definitely the center point and the focal point of this offense.
I mean, I just got done talking about Carolina's depth of it. Can we just talk about the fact that New York was like, hey, MVP Ben Yott, we don't need you on offense anymore. We're going to switch you over to the D-line. Can you imagine having that conversation on any other team? But you're right. The offense kind of runs through Osgar, and when he's at his best, their offense looks unstoppable because he is so accurate with his deep throws, and he's got such great receivers down there. I mean, you talked about big for big with Babbitt and Richardson, but Babbitt he's so big, and I've just never seen a guy in an ultimate field that's that big be able to get up that high.
He's really fast, too. I think that's the other thing. His acceleration and his, leaping off of that is where he makes all those spectacular highlight plays. So, I mean, D. Rich is a really, really strong athlete, too. So, it'll be really interesting to see that battle.
Talking to Osgar in this morning's press conferences, he knows that all these other teams have keyed in on his proclivity to try and initiate. He knows people are going to try and take that away from him. He said he's most comfortable either getting centered to or becoming one of those fill cutters. So I want to see, can he get himself in those positions in this matchup? Let's turn our attention now to the reset battle. You did a great job frustrating Ryan Osgar with Jasper Tom. There's plenty of other great handler defenders both on your roster and on this Carolina roster. What's it going to take for either one of these teams to win that reset battle, and why is it so important?
Wow. Well, I'm going to start with that New York offense. It's funny that you bring up Osgar as a reset. He was so willing to be a downfield player that really he wasn't actually involved in the reset space but so much. Really, Saul Ruchmeyer-Bailey and Elliot Chartok are there to just do that yeoman work. Right, put in the work, get the resets, make the safe passes, swing the ball. Honestly, I think our matchups there were really critical because then Jack Williams has to fill. Jack Williams is the third handler, or really the fill safety net handler for this group. It'll be really interesting to see if Carolina's defenders can do something about that, beating that trio.
Pretty good safety net to have, though. If you're going to pick one, Jack Williams might be at the top of your list. So I want to turn your attention actually over to the Carolina offense, because you talk about reset space. And is there any duo in the league that you trust more to just make resets after reset than Yannick and Guchahannes? I mean, they are so smooth in the backfield, always making good decisions. They are 100% willing to play small ball, but they also, especially Yannick, is willing to make that big throw when the opportunity presents itself. And their decision making, if they keep that same decision making they've had all season, they're not going to turn the disc over very often. I think we might have something similar to the championship game last year. These teams might combine for less turnovers than Colorado had by themselves in that first game.
And Saul Yannick was extremely transparent in this morning's press conferences. He said, look, there's been some years I walk onto the field, I'm automatic with my deep shots. There's been other years where, hey, maybe I'm not quite automatic, and I know that that's an area of my game that I need to grow. I think this is one of those seasons, and I think tonight is going to be a big test of, hey, can he keep facilitating? Can he stretch the field if he needs to?
I mean, I think he will. I mean, honestly, right now, the growth of Henry Fisher, I think, makes that a lot easier. Henry is able to either be an engine to help other people make space, a la Cam Brock, running deep, running on both sides of the stack, like just, you know, it's going to be a track meet. I'm running 400s, you're running 20s or 50s, you know. That helps open things up, but he's added a throwing dimension right now. That means I don't think Saul has to take all the hucks this year. I mean, I like that Henry is 11 for 12 right now in hucks. That's unbelievable. I mean, I used to love trying to force Henry under and make him throw it a bunch and see if he wanted to go squirrel around with all his reset buddies. He does now, so.
That's good stuff. Another thing that Saul mentioned this morning in the press conferences was they don't run an offense, at least he describes it, that's very prescriptive. Hey, I need to get upfield, throw this swing, then come right to the backfield and throw the next swing. He says that they function off of a lot of decision trees, and there's a lot of trust for them to make those reads in the moment. As someone who studied film from both of these teams, do you buy that way that Yannick describes it?
I mean, I think I see it sometimes, because there are times in their offense where it seems like they do get a little stagnant and they're not really sure what to do upfield. There were times in that Austin Seoul game where Guchahannes or Yannick would have the disc and there just wasn't anything developing upfield. Sometimes people were cutting each other off. But the thing is, they're so good at resetting the disc that if there is that moment, they're very good at resetting it. And then upfield, they're very good at cleaning it up and figuring out who that next cutter is going to be. And they have so much speed and quickness on their offense that once they do clean it up, someone's going to get open.
Well, when I think of those reads, I think of like, I'm looking downfield and I've got one of two options, right? If I read that my defender is shading me one way, I go the other. I do see that happening all the time, especially with their fill reset. They'll come across the middle of the field and they're happy to get either the fill to be in front of the disc, or they'll come behind, just reading on what the backfield guy does. So, I mean, I can see those reads, and I think that actually speeds up a lot of the decision making. The trouble with reads, though, is that if I defensively could key in on that just as well as you can, then I'm able to really mess with your offense. And I think, like, candidly, it was one of the things that really helped me against New York.
Timing can be everything in life and on the ultimate field. Just over 8 minutes away from opening poll. When we come back, we'll get our picks for New York, Carolina. Stay right here on AUDL.TV.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to Breese Stevens Field here in Madison, Wisconsin. 7 minutes from the opening poll between Carolina and New York, our second semifinal of Championship Weekend 11, the winningest championship weekend in AUDL history. Only 3 losses between all 4 teams here vying for a title. There are only 3 left now, as Chicago took care of business against Carolina. Gentlemen, as we mentioned, 6 minutes and 40 seconds to opening poll. Time to make some picks. Cam, who you got?
I've got Carolina. I think this game's going to be close most of the way through, especially Carolina can really slow things down sometimes on offense, so I don't expect it to be a particularly high-scoring game, maybe somewhere around high 30s, 40 combined goals. But I think just the depth of Carolina is going to come through in this game. I think Eric Taylor is going to be critical, and I think if he can lead that counterattack and really wear out that O-line of New York when they do turn it over, which I don't expect to be a ton, I think that's going to make all the difference. So I'll take Carolina in a squeaker. I'm
going to go with Carolina as well, but I don't think this game's going to be as close, unfortunately.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, go on.
So
I got my popcorn ready right here.
I mean, last week we saw the New York O-line struggle a little bit against DC. I mean, I think they had 8 or 9 turns just there alone. That to me really spells some trouble. Like my D-line could not, we got 3 out of 9 breaks there, right? So I feel as though Carolina's like D-line efficiency is going to probably be up there. It's going to be over 50% most likely. If they get the same number of turns, this game can start to get kind of ugly kind of fast. I also think that the depth that Carolina runs with, they're willing to use D2, and New York just tightens up as things get kind of scary. I'm really, really concerned that that means it'll be 14 versus 20, and if that's the case, I think Carolina can start to really extend this lead late in the halves.
This is not exciting at all. I'm picking Carolina too. If anyone had their eyes on the Twitterverse, I did throw this out there yesterday, just to be clear. Happy to be proven wrong. I just got a lot of faith. I have more faith in Carolina's D-line and its D-line offense than I do in New York's D-line and New York's D-line offense. And I know that's outrageous to say when it's littered with incredible talents and there's a former MVP and Ben Yacht anchoring that unit, but I just think this Carolina group is especially dialed in defensively, and it's got so many different pieces that can slot in, run the same system, and convert efficiently, and I think that's going to be a difference maker tonight.
I mean, I don't think that New York has the specialist defenders to deal with this situation. Marquez Brownlee is a great handler defender. He's great when your opponent has a bigger handler. Carolina's not relying on a bigger handler right there. So I'm not really certain that, I don't know where his home is. I mean, where does he guard? Who does he guard? If he's on Saul's probably going to out-quick him. He's probably definitely not going to be on Gucho Hannes. So, if they're not challenging resets and Carolina's content to just move the disc side to side, back and forth all day, where's the pressure going to come from?
Well, and something we haven't even talked about yet is that Carolina they have the lowest break percentage for their offense in the league. They just don't give up breaks. And it's not even just because they have low amount of turnovers, which they do. It's also because their O-line is filled with incredible defenders. And one of the reasons, we talk about Ben Yacht being on the D-line for New York, one of the reasons he was moved over there is because he does have a tendency to be a little loose with the disc. So you're already not going to get a lot of opportunities. You might have a guy playing a little looser than needs to with the disc. When you do get those chances, and if they're not able to capitalize on the small amount of chances they get, you're right, it could turn ugly. I still like it close, but I see where you're going with your point.
Your comment about Carolina's O-line playing great defense when it does turn it over. Saul Yannick this morning in the press conferences said, you don't get to go on our O-line until you've shown us that you can play great defense. That's a great look, and I think a revealing quote into how they construct that and how they approach that group. Let's take a look at our players to watch heading into this New York-Carolina matchup. First up for Carolina, we've got Mr. Eric Taylor.
E.T. I love this guy. I coached him at the U24 championship in Heidelberg in 2019. He is so multi-positional. Maybe he starts on D-line. I'm just certain he's going to cross over for the key offensive points. One of the ways that Mike outfoxed me last year in 2021's playoffs was that he was able to slide around Eric Taylor and Elijah Long wherever they wanted, and I couldn't keep up.
You know, it's really fitting that his initials are ET because he is an otherworldly type of player. Like, this guy can do everything. He's an elite defender, probably one of the best that our sport has to offer. And on top of that, he can quarterback any offense in the entire league. I'm really excited to see how he plays tonight. I think he's going to step up and have a great game. And I think one thing we haven't even talked about is that the last time these two played, Carolina did win. I know New York's the undefeated team, but Carolina won this matchup last year, and I think that lingers in your head a little bit, especially losing a close game like that as New York, knowing you have to go through that same team again. I think there's a little bit of a mental edge for Carolina, too.
New York looking to become the 4th undefeated season in AUDL history, and the man who's going to have to shoulder that load is the AUDL MVP frontrunner, Ryan Osgar.
Yeah, Osgar, we talked about him being the centerpiece. You know, definitely more as a thrower than he is as a receiver, but, I mean, you know, last week, 5 goals, nothing to sneeze at. So he's pretty multi-talented here. I think, though, he doesn't cross over to D-line. He's not like an Eric Taylor or a Jack Williams where you pick him up and you move him wherever you have a problem. He's a little bit more specific. He's got to bring his A game right away, but he's shown that all regular he's capable of that.
It has been fascinating to me to watch the growth of Ryan Osgar as somebody who used to compete with him in the Central. He has elevated his game every season. He's just on another level this year. I do think last week you guys did a great job forcing him to be a little uncomfortable and move into some positions he hasn't been in most of the year. I don't expect that to happen as much today. I really think he's going to be a lot more where we've seen him all season. I expect him to be efficient with his throwing. I don't know if it's going to be quite enough.
If he's talking about, sorry about that, Ian. I apologize for cutting you off there. If he's talking about willing to be a reset player, or a center handler, that's a new position. He did not do that against us, so I think that could be a really critical thing if he's willing to do that.
So here we go, folks. Carolina and New York, a rematch of the 2021 title game. Carolina looking to become the first team to repeat since the 2014-2015 San Jose Spiders. Evan Lepler and the rest of the crew have you covered the rest of the way. Keep it right here on AUDL.tv.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Thanks so much, Megan. Welcome to halftime of the second semifinal of Championship Weekend 11 here at Breese Stevens Field in Madison, Wisconsin. Ian Toner alongside DC Breeze head coach Daryl Stanley, Indianapolis AlleyCats star Cam Brock. Gentlemen, 9-6, New York on top at the half, and they're clinging to that 3-goal lead because they won the end of quarter battles in both quarters.
Yeah, I mean, New York, they just seem to know how to come up with every end of quarter situation on offense or defense. Yacht with the absolutely massive grab at the end of that first quarter, and then the presence of mind to realize he wasn't in the end zone, still had a second. The high release flick got perfectly to Brownlee in the back of the end zone. I mean, you can't really write it better than that. And then at the end of the second quarter, Carolina not executing, putting a disc out of bounds, not even giving the receivers a chance.
Real important thing, I think New York knows how to swing that disc before they try to make that final throw into the end zone at the end of quarters. Carolina got stuck with the disc in the middle of the field. There's really no momentum, and now you just got to throw it up to a tower, and they threw it out of bounds. I mean, that's just like, they know better.
So early stages of this game, it kind of looked like, despite the fact that these franchises have won the last 2 titles in the league, they didn't really know what they were doing out here. We saw a bunch of unforced turnovers from both sides, whether we're talking about the O-lines or the D-line offenses.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see just like Jeff Babbitt being overthrown, like wide open in the back of the end zone. The throw to Solyanik, throwing straight into a poach there, like on the first break opportunity for for Carolina, and Henry Fisher just getting spooked by Ben Yacht, knowing Ben Yacht's coming. It seemed like it kind of got the best of him, and he could have ran out and clap caught that. Instead, goes up early, disc is too high.
Absolutely. And then later on, towards the end of the second quarter, I feel like Carolina felt the pressure and just started forcing up uncharacteristic hucks. Saul's missing that first one, but then we get 2 shots from Durs Youngs. We talked about that at the start of this broadcast. We did not think he should be hucking it, right? And he took 2 shots. One of them, I think he got bailed out.
Yeah.
Not my favorite call there.
Neither one of those shots was particularly good, and the disc was just floating up in the air for what seemed like an eternity. For someone who's been making such great decisions with the disc and did it repeatedly in their game against Austin, really shocked to see that out of him.
New York pressure, honestly. I mean, I said it, I think, the first defensive point, I was like, wait a minute. I really like what I'm seeing by New York's D. They're running hard. They're putting on strong marks. I mean, these are simple things, but like when your 2-time MVP is doing it, I think that really sets that tone.
So Carolina finishes the first half with 8 turnovers. They're only able to go 1 for 2 on breaks. New York finishes the first half with 5 turnovers. They go 3 for 6 on breaks. We talked about the end of quarter situations, but we have to replay the chaos of the end of the first quarter. Raleigh's O-line, I beg your pardon, Carolina's O-line is marching down the field in the red zone. Alex Davis had caught the disc in flow, but there was a clock issue that stopped the clock. So there we see, coming out of the timeout, John Randolph gets the hand block on Alex Davis, and then they're able to execute this Hail Mary to Ben Yacht, who skies the pile, and Cam, as you said, the high release finish to Marquez Brownlee. You can't draw it up any better than that.
Yeah, it's a really easy play. It's called Have Ben Yacht on Your Team. It's a great play, and it seems to work really well, as Daryl can attest to.
So in a matter of, just clarify this for everyone, in a matter of 15 seconds of game action, we went from Carolina on the doorstep of making this a 1-goal game at 4-3, all of a sudden swinging to a 3-goal lead for Carolina.
I mean, yes, it was 4-2. If Carolina gets that hold, 4-3, there's a buzzer beater, maybe there isn't, who knows, the clock wasn't running. Then we come into that second quarter, Carolina starts out on 0. They could tie that game up without any trouble at all. That is a backbreaker.
Okay, so Ben Yacht obviously skied the pile, made another highlight reel play. We're not surprised anymore from the 2-time MVP. But Daryl, you have been focused on his on-field effort. You think he's engaged in a way that you maybe haven't seen before?
Well, we know that on offense he's been able to do that. I mean, that's part of the reason why he was able to get 2 of those MVP trophies. He was just an engine for the New York Empire O-line. But right now, we're seeing him bring it on defense. He's close to his matchup. He spooked Henry Fisher in the back of the end zone. He's getting this block off of Durs' second huck. I mean, he is running full field. Full effort Yacht is a scary thing. And now it's justifying why New York decided to put him on that D-line.
It's really impressive. I haven't seen him play defense like this, I think, since I used to actually play against him when he was in Minnesota. And back then, he used to really grind on defense, and he was chasing you all over the field. You felt like you couldn't even breathe because he was playing so well. Since he's been in New York, I don't feel like we've seen quite that level of defense, but he's bringing it today. You are 100% right.
10 points played, 1 assist, 1 block, no turns so far in the first half for Mr. Benyat, the 2-time MVP. When we come back, we'll take a closer look at the first half stats. We'll talk about keys to the second half. Stay with us. More halftime coverage from Breese Stevens Field on the other side of the break.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to halftime at our second semifinal of Championship Weekend 11 here at Breese Stevens Field in beautiful Madison, Wisconsin. New York leads Carolina 9-6 in a rematch of the 2021 title game. Gentlemen, New York has only had, New York has only turned the disc over twice in that first half. Carolina only able to convert one of those turnovers into breaks. What else jumps out to you when we look at the first half stats between these teams?
I think hucking. I mean, we talked about New York showed that they're not trying to huck it all the time. They showed that last week against DC, that they can grind out points if they need to. And then I think also we look at Carolina, a team that we thought coming in was going to be the reset masters, and they're the ones having lots and lots of hucks right now. I think they're 4 for 7 on hucks. Is that right?
Yeah, Carolina's 4 for 8. New York is 0 for 2 on its own deep shots.
Yeah, like that's not Carolina's game right now. And the people taking the shots, I like Saul taking those shots. He knows that's his role. Durs, you can't have 2 hucks in this game. I'm sorry.
No, and it's when you look at that too, there really should be one more completed huck. I mean, that throw to Fisher was great, and Fisher just got spooked and tried to attack it way earlier than he needed to. That should have been another hold for them. I think they actually ended up getting broken on that point as well, if I remember right. So you're right. It comes down to decision making. I think Carolina is feeling the pressure. It looks like they've actually had some trouble in the reset space. Not necessarily when Yannick and Guchahanis are back there together, but I've noticed that Durs a couple of times has had trouble and has been throwing, stall 6 resets, and I think that has them a little out of rhythm.
Okay, so focusing on the second half, we talked about how that's out of rhythm. What do they do to fix that? What are the keys to adjusting in the second half?
I think just make sure you have the right people taking the shots. They are open. They've had people open deep, but you just got to make sure they're coming from the right people. It doesn't need to be Durs, and it needs to be Yannick. It needs to be maybe Fairfax, but we don't need it from Durs.
I think right now, tighten the rotations if I'm Carolina. I think the egalitarian, the depth, you got to put that away. Get some more Eric Taylor in there. Get some more Fairfax in there. People who are popping off right now. I think you got to start to match fire and fire.
Gentlemen, we'll see how much these coaching staffs heed your advice. Second half coming up in just a moment, but before we do that, let's go down to the sidelines. Megan Tormey, take it away.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more. Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Well, the New York Empire heard our panel of unanimous pregame picks selecting Carolina to win this game, and they took that personally. Taking care of business against the defending champs, 22-16, a thumping over the Carolina Flyers. Thank you so much for joining us here, our post-game coverage. As semifinal Friday concludes at Championship Weekend 11, Ian Toner alongside Daryl Stanley and Cam Brock. Gentlemen, it just felt like New York forced Carolina to play at the Empire pace all game long.
Yeah, it started with that defense. I mean, first point, I felt that they were just swinging defensively, putting a strong march. And then in the second quarter, it just started to like rattle Carolina. I mean, just hucks and throwaways, crazy stuff.
It was really wild to see Carolina look so uncomfortable. And I don't know if that's a word I've ever used to describe them throughout this entire season, and really throughout several seasons. It's just, they looked like they were facing something they'd never seen before. And I don't know how else to put it.
Credit to Charlie Hoppus, Anthony Nunez, everything that defense did to make Carolina feel uncomfortable and make those possessions incredibly long and grueling ones. Let's take you through some of these New York highlights so far from this game. Ryan Osgar, a league-leading MVP candidate, just absolutely showed out. 20 points played, 2 assists, 7 goals, +9, 311 total yards, 4 hockey assists, no turnovers.
That is MVP stats right there. He's been doing it all season, looking like video game numbers. Today, it's impressive that balance, doing it more as a downfield player. You know, he took that DC script and he said, hey, I'm happy to be a fill cutter. 7 goals is absurd. You're not filling in for anything. You're just putting in buckets.
You know, we mentioned that his game last week was a little uncharacteristic given the entire season, and he didn't let that face him. He came right back to the same Ryan Osgar we've seen throughout the entire season. He looked about as comfortable as you could possibly look, while Carolina, you know, was the opposite, looked about as uncomfortable as possible. He looked like he was in his element all night.
And it wasn't just Osgar doing this. Ben Yacht showed up, John Lithio showed up, and John Randolph showed up. We're going to talk about the end of quarter sequences in just a second, but the way those stars just shifted the balance in favor of the Stars as opposed to the Carolina system was just so apparent in this matchup.
I mean, they just turned up. I mean, you know that these are world-class players. They have to be. That's one of the reasons why New York went out and said, we're adding these big-time players. Yacht is the center of that New York Empire offense, or team, excuse me. He has been the whole time he's been there. And now adding JR and seeing JR just turn it up 3, 4, 5 notches to guard Anders Young. Incredible. Hand block on Alex Davis. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. That is star power.
So let's take a look at some of those end of quarter sequences right now. End of the first quarter, 15 seconds left. There's a clock issue. Carolina's offense is out there cooking in the red zone, and then they're forced to pause for a timeout. And John Randolph gets that hand block right there on Antoine Davis. It's 4-2 New York at this sequence. As soon as this shifts, New York marches right back down the field, and instead of a 4-3 game, we're jumping right back into a 5-2 advantage. Just a complete swing of momentum, and really that was the turning point of this game, guys.
We thought we would be talking about how that was just unfortunate for Carolina, right? Like, it's terrible that the clock did that to them, right? It's terrible they had to pause and let New York rest and get time. I don't think we realized at the time that actually this is going to be about New York's defense turning up in those key moments, taking the Carolina offense and making their red zone look shaky.
Oh, so let's talk about the red zone. They were 58% tonight. 58%. What was the final? And meanwhile, New York, I believe, was 85%. Yeah, 17 for 20, 58%, 7 for 12. Only 12 red zone trips is also a stat that's just completely crazy to me. A team that has thrived on being able to march the disc down the field with just no resistance whatsoever the whole season, and they could only get into the red zone 12 times throughout the entire game.
I think it's a difference of like set plays and hucking. Those are the two things that like made that offense just Carolina's offense just go too fast, never get into the red zone situation.
Next end of quarter situation that Carolina did not handle smoothly. It's the end of the first half. They don't get a great shot off. They're trying to launch this weird shot from midfield, and that's not really the optimal spot to be launching it from.
No, I didn't like that. I think we talked about that at halftime. Just the fact that you can't really make a play from the middle of the field. A team like this who swings the disc naturally at their best, with them like not even looking to do that there was kind of shocking. You just want to pile up and go see if New York can out jump you. Turns out like if you don't even keep it in bounds, then yeah.
Yeah, and New York out jumped a lot of Carolina players all throughout the night, whether it was getting a D or coming down with a big sky at the end of the first quarter like Benyat did. I mean, it just seemed like when there was a disc floating in the air more often than not, a New York defender was coming down with it, was knocking it away, or the New York offense was grabbing it, and they won the air.
And we had more end of quarter mishaps for Carolina at the end of the third quarter. They had a chance to go into the fourth quarter with some kind of spark of momentum after burning both of those timeouts in the third quarter, but it didn't happen, and New York ended up escaping without giving up a goal in that scenario.
That timeout, I was just in that situation last week in the third quarter. You know, you get a turn with like 10, 15 seconds left. You know, a lot of people are telling you, call timeout, call timeout. How are you going to get a better look than a fast break situation there? You know, you just got this block, you got some momentum going, you got matchups that you controlled, and then you call a timeout. Your second timeout. Like, you have no more timeouts, and you got 6 more goals you're going to have to get back. To call that timeout there and let New York set up more bigs, more of their stars coming over, I thought that was just an incredibly unusual call for somebody as experienced as Mike D. I mean, that made no sense to me. Yeah. And unfortunately, they didn't even get a shot off.
And I have to agree with you, because at the end of the day, I think if you're going to match up, you know, big guy for big guy, New York's going to win that battle with any team in the league, let alone just in this specific game. So you're allowing them to put every one of their big guys out there who have dominated end of quarter situations, not just this year, but I'd say for several years in a row now. And you're going to put yourself in that situation. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. You're 100% right. That counterattack, you're more likely to get lower numbers in the end zone, which increases your odds of coming down with something, and they don't get to set up. I 100% agree.
So New York wins the first quarter, the third quarter, and quarters 2 and 4 end up being a draw. And we started harping on some of this.
Ooh. So
the break chances that Carolina left on the table, they were few, but when you go 1 of 5, 20%, is there any chance you win against an Empire team with a number like that?
I don't know who you really win against with a number like that, let alone the team who hasn't lost all season.
I mean, and then the hucking game. This is wild. Carolina, 16 hucks attempted. I mean, you can only score 1 at a time here in this league. I don't know that memo got down to the Flyers there. They looked like they were on fast forward from quarter number 2. 16 hucks is just shocking to me. They could have walked it in. You're down 9-5, you're down 9-6. That's not, you don't have to huck in the second quarter to get back in the game. You just need holds. Hucks don't give you holds necessarily.
Yeah, and I did think there was a period there in the second quarter where it did look like Carolina was starting to regain some control, but then the end of quarter situation that came up, I felt like that just kind of put all the momentum back in New York's favor, and they were just never comfortable after that. They felt like they needed to huck to get back in this game, and eventually they did. They were down too much. They needed to score quickly, and they kind of put this. If you would have showed me those stats without names up there, I would 100% would have thought New York ended up throwing at 16 hucks. I never in my wildest dreams would have thought that Carolina would huck it 16 times in this game.
So Carolina won't repeat. New York has a chance to complete the 4th perfect season in AUDL history. When we come back, we'll take another look at the first semifinal, where Chicago took care of business against Colorado.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to Breese Stevens Field as we wrap up our Friday night coverage here at Championship Weekend 11. Ian Toner alongside Daryl Stanley and Cam Brock. We just took you through the New York, Carolina highlights. The Empire taking care of business. They're competing for a title later tomorrow. And now let's take you back through the Colorado-Chicago matchup. And this one was also a one-sided affair. The Union asserting their dominance just as much as Colorado was throwing the game away.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Colorado just never got themselves looking to do anything other than look downfield. They didn't look at their resets on time. They didn't have a second reset. The first one didn't get the disc. I mean, they were, I don't even know if that's a rattle or if that's just, I'm not sure that we have a plan.
Yeah, and the counterattack from Chicago, where it seemed to be very patient and in control, and like they always had something available to them. When Colorado did get a turn, it seemed like their counterattack was lacking in kind of every department. Resets weren't there. There wasn't a lot of movement downfield. They weren't able to get the disc upfield, didn't get any continuation cuts. It just looked very out of sync.
They didn't even identify key matchups that they could win. You know, one of the best things about D-line offense, you control who's guarding who. Cody Spicer had some opportunities to go deep that we talked about too. That didn't necessarily happen. But I think really the key here is that Chicago, you talked about that D-line O. I mean, it's the Joe White and Dalton Smith show, not turning the disc over, 60 for 60, right?
So let me back that up for you. Dalton Smith, 35 of 35, 344 total yards, 3 assists, no turns. Joe White, 27 of 27, 143 throwing yards, 3 assists, 3 goals, no turns. These were 2 important pieces that joined the Union this year. We weren't sure how well they were going to integrate. We weren't sure how available they were going to be. And now, in the biggest game of the season, up until that point, they put it all together and just meshed perfectly with the rest of the group.
I mean, stars got to be stars, right? I mean, New York, they're coming out with those stars, and that's why they're winning. And in Chicago, I mean, those two just showed out. It was immense. I was so impressed with the 180 from the week before against Minnesota, where they had a lot of turns together. So this was just an incredible turnaround for them.
Yeah, and I think I said this earlier, one of the craziest stats is you have Dalton Smith as a D-line handler who almost led the entire game in throwing yards. I think he was 14 or so behind Nethercutt.
You're right.
And I mean, that tells you everything right there. If you're able to produce that amount of yardage out of a D-line counterattack, you're clearly not just getting a lot of chances, but also converting them. And if they can bring that same sort of calm energy tomorrow against New York, that's going to allow them to take advantage of what we know is not going to be a high amount of turnovers from New York, right? But if they're able to march the disc down the field and just be calm, they're going to give themselves a chance to win that game.
Okay. You may have just given us a hint at one key for Chicago to take care of business against New York tomorrow. Daryl, I want to start with you. Let's go with one key to victory for each team in the New York-Chicago title matchup.
Wow. Well, I think New York's got to keep the energy up. I mean, they expended a lot tonight, even though that score line doesn't seem like it did. I mean, they came out ready to go from the first points, right? And I think that really set the tone. New York Stars, I mean, obviously they've been playing in reserve for a while. Can they go back-to-back, putting that kind of energy out there? That's what I need to see. I think with Chicago, I'm going to need to see a little bit more of that, like, Chicago defensive magic right now. I think that they were fortunate in playing a Colorado team that didn't really have its offense together. I think that there were a lot of, like, free turns that they didn't really have to create. New York just showed you're going to have to create them against us because we're just not giving the disc away right now. So to me, I need to see more Chicago defensive pressure.
No, I think you're 100% right. Starting with Chicago, they need to find a way to actually force those turnovers. Relying on New York to just turn the disc over is a strategy that is not going to work well for anyone. So
New York had 11 turnovers compared to Colorado's 19 tonight, just to be clear.
And how many were on the D-line, too, right? The D-line offense on the turn after the game's a blowout. They're having fun out there.
Great point.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. And I just don't think they're going to have to find ways to manufacture turnovers. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what kind of strategy they're going to draw up tonight, because I would hate to think that they were trying to draw up a plan for who knows who they're going to play right now. They got to figure something out overnight. But I think that's really it. Can they force New York to turn the disc over? Because if New York only turns it over 11 times, I don't see Chicago being able to come out with victory there. On the other hand, for New York, I think I think the lift they got from John Randolph tonight was so unexpected for me. Not that I didn't expect him to play well for Phil's role, but there were times where I saw him shut down Durs. And I don't think I've ever seen that. There were times I've never seen someone just be able to stay with Durs the way that I saw Randolph do tonight. And then the other big plays, the ham block, which, as we talked about, ended up being a huge momentum swing. I think he had another D later on a deep cut on some. I mean, he just seemed like he was everywhere tonight, whether he was actually putting his hand on the disc or just changing the looks that Carolina was forced to take. So I'm looking for players outside of that group of all-stars to step up for them like John Randolph did tonight.
Kim, you made a really interesting point to me off camera. You were talking about, hey, in our pregame coverage, we talked about Carolina's depth being such a difference maker. But another point that we kind of arrived at is when you play relatively clean ultimate and you're not necessarily turning the disc over a ton and points aren't dragging on, how much does that depth really get to shine, and how much is it just on your stars to execute?
Yeah, you play a clean game. You don't have to rely on your depth. And it's great for Carolina that they have this depth, but if you put yourself in a situation where you're down in a hole like they were basically the whole game tonight, your depth becomes irrelevant because you can't rely on your depth at that point. You need to lean on your stars. And New York was able to do that the whole game. Their stars stepped up. They were playing amazing all night tonight. I mean, we talked about Ryan Osgar just casually scoring 7 goals and getting a couple of assists, turnover-free game. I mean, when you're doing that, it really doesn't matter who your bottom 6 on your roster are. Send out your O-line, send out your best D-line, and you'll be just fine.
Double shift Yacht, double shift Williams, get them out there back-to-back points. How would you be deploying Yacht and Williams as you look ahead to tomorrow's game against Chicago?
I mean, I think tonight turned on its head what I would have said to you. I would have said before that, Yacht should be on the O-line. He's more of a threat there. He seems to enjoy his time there a little bit more.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that I can say that anymore. I kind of feel a little bit salty if I'm going to see Ben Yacht chasing down big men close to the disc. Ben Yacht chasing down deep throws, right? Ben Yacht, after a 30-second D point, sprinting the whole field, catching up something, and then still having the wherewithal to make that next throw before the clock goes off. So, I mean, right now, I got to say, I don't know. I think they should play him as they're playing him. They seem to have that figured out. I think, to me, Jack Williams, that is somebody we haven't even mentioned. I think he had a stellar game, breaking the mark.
Isn't that baffling that we've had this whole show and we have not yet mentioned Jack Williams once? I mean, he threw the assist for the first break coming out of the timeout for New York, and that really just helped set the tone. We talked a ton about Randolph's block and the end-of-quarter situation shifting the momentum, but he just wasted no time out there.
Well, what about when Carolina in the third quarters throws the roller, sends the double to try to up that tempo of the New York offense, and Jack said, yeah, that's great. I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to throw a hammer. I'm going to throw it over your whole defense directly in front of the double team, and we're going to complete it uncontested because I'm Jack. So, to me, I mean, what a special game that's quiet, right? It's quiet because of all these other people making these really big plays to extend the lead or what have you. And Jack's just out there turning these moments that should have been dicey, and he's just, slicing through your defense.
Best player in the world, just making it look easy.
He looked great.
Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in to our post-game coverage on Championship Weekend 11. Semifinal Friday is in the books. Tomorrow, we'll have the championship battle between the Chicago Union and the New York Empire, going for their 4th perfect season in AUDL history.